after that, I have decided like I'm going I'm gonna use his method where he used the anatomy of the object to transform to the building. While for me, I'm going to use the um, something that is not anatomy, but I have decided to use the movement of the nang talung to create a form to form my facade. And then second is my second case study is a plastic pavilion where it's all about like bringing light and create projected a shadow like they want. So because the nang talung itself is a shadow puppet where I want to bring a shadow also into my facade. Like my facade can be projected a shadow inside to the building. And last is the Florida Polytechnic University. Since I was talking about the movement of the Nang Talung, I also have come out with the facade will be moving like the facade will be moving like according the movement of the hand of the Nang Talung. And if you can see this design concept, the roof itself is moved the by the position of the sun and the intensity of the position of the sun, where I will be applying this concept and the system into my facade. So my facade will be moving following the position of the sun in the site. And for my site synthesis itself, first, because my site was talking about the visualization, where I search about the type of the flowers, where I will be combining all the colors and I will try to apply it into my facade. So it will reflect to not only to the Nang Talung, but it will reflect to the site itself. And then for my side issue, actually, because in the wait, because in the site it's the dog kacau, I found out that they have some leveling ground, like it's there is an underground, there is an underspace in below the leveling ground itself, and I think it will be very useless if we are not use it in like what I said before. Instead of changing the site, why not enhance the site? So I'm gonna use this to put my building like underground, but I will not destroying the flowers that is laying in the site itself. And because I'm talking about the movement that caused by the movement of the facade that caused by the sun direction, so I also did a research about the sun path uh, from the site. And then this is the design process of my facade. As you can see in the left side, I capture a lot of the Nang Talung movement, and I realized that the movement of the Nang Talung, it only can be moved from one hand only. Like uh, the the other side won't be moved at all. Like
You have three
the
minutes left.
okay, thank you. And the other side and the right side, the puppeteer can move the hand every anything he wants. So this I have captured this all the movement where, and then after that I try to combine the movement of the hand of the Nang Talung, and then it's become a pattern like this for my facade. But this is like the first initial idea where I'm still developing. And then for the design process, the mockup models, I've come up with 3 models, but the 3 of these have the same characteristic where it will allow the natural light to come into the building, and it is the facade will be move will be moved by the will be some of the facade will be moved by the sun position, like the nang talung itself. And I also apply this in my in my in my system of the facade, like the nang talung itself, the movement of the nang talung. I also want to make this the movement from the sunlight, so like there is connection, the movement. And then the space planning itself, I take from the area specification, Sunpath Circulation Counter, where I analyze and combine four of it, where you can see it's becoming like this. And then for the space program, this is the program for my museum. Like there are there will be a Nang Talung history, the room of the Nang Talung history, and then I will be providing the history of Bang Kachau too, because the Bang Kachau itself is an important site for this project. And then not only that, I also included the theater for the Nang Talung show. So when people come to the museum, not only just saw like the show, not only just saw some of puppet, but they can enjoy the show. It's the live show of the Nang Talung itself. And then actually, like in the top of the site, in the top of the hill, there are some space where I'm planning to use that space to put a stage where people in the site or people from other country, they can sharing, and they can share and exchange idea about their tradition and perform in there. And this is the sketch of my section, where where this is the upper ground and this is the underground. And actually, I haven't come out with the plan because I'm still developing it. So for now, what I can give is the section of the space itself, which is the underground and the upper ground. Thank you for listening.
Sarah, do you want to start first or I?
You can
I
go
hear you.
first. You can go first. Yep.
Hi, Dia.
Hi, Miss.
May I know what's your site area? Your site area.
The maximum is 800 millimeter square.
800 millimeter square.
800 meter square.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to start with your. Can you go back to your first slide?
First slide.
Yeah, the beginning where you shown the concept.
You mean like the very first one?
Yeah. Your inspiration is from the Nang Kalo itself, where you have all these puppetries. And then I was a little bit lost in the middle, where you talk about the nostalgia and then the traditions and also the visualization. I think there, but then once it comes to the middle, I can tell that you are focusing on the movement and also the lighting, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think maybe you can just cut it short, the history where you talk about the nostalgia, the traditions, and also the visualization, where you just emphasize on, okay, probably, can you say that the movement itself, are you inspired by the movement of the puppetry, or wherever do you get the movement terms? If you go back to if you go move forward on your other side, there's a part where you talk about movement.
Oh, actually, the movement itself, I get inspired from the movement of the puppet itself. It's just that following the principle of the Santiago Calatrava, where he create the form from the anatomy of object and some of the movement of the object too.
And also the lighting is from the reflection of the shadow casting of the playing up the play itself, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think you can just okay, your nostalgia, your tradition, your visualization, maybe you can just like make it like a clear concept link where you will go from the movement, how you actually inspired that. Is there like uh maybe probably there is some kind of like significant movement of the Nang Salong, is it? Sorry, Nang Salong, is it?
Yeah.
There is a specific movement that you get inspired, and then this goes back to where you talk about. Because if you see Santiago Calatrava, he was inspired by, body anthropometrics of a human, or maybe a nature itself. How he actually derived all these structures and concepts. So you can actually use that to your advantage when you talk about movement, you talk about non-salon movement. So this you can actually relate back to your actual initial ideas. And by the way, the lighting itself, you can actually, it goes back to try to relate back to your initial concept. Because right now I see there's too many things here and there. And then towards the end, when I see your sketch, it doesn't even reflecting to your president studies. Where can you go back to your sketch?
Which one?
The last. This is not. I'm trying to say it's not good. It's just that I'm trying to cleaning up the journey, the journey how you actually derive from your concept, your ideas towards your implementation project, your implementation product. So from what I see, I can't really see how do you get what I mean? I can't really see how Calatrava and the movement of Nangkalu in. There is, yeah. So basically, it's good that you've got your space planning ready. It's just that you have to integrate how the overall of having the ideas of movement, how it actually you develop some space and also throughout your filmmaking, your facade. This is like you are too concentrating on your space planning that you've forgotten about how you can derive it to create your form and facade. Do you get what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's good that you have I can see how you get the movement. I mean, like from the color, and then you have the movement, the lighting, and then using color cover is a good aspect. So you, there is there, because you need to clean up a little bit on your concept ideas, and then put it that how you actually, maybe there's a significant movement, I don't know, maybe there's a significant movement of Nantalon that inspired you, so that's how you derive it from. With the advantage that you use that there's underground rain that actually, it gives, I mean, the site itself telling you that it's not going to be a fixed conventional building. This is how, that's my comments are. Yeah, that's all for me.
Miss, I'm sorry, but it's not that clear, your voice. I don't know it's me or
Can you hear me?
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Now much better.
Oh, okay. So which part that you are missing out?
I think the after the section like
Oh, okay. So the sketches, what I'm saying is that I can't really see the idea that you're generating from the non-color and then the movement of and the lighting implementing in your sketch at the moment. It's basically what I see is just you are playing with the space and then you just direct it from there. There is no integration of your space planning and also the facade in terms of how you blend it all together. Yeah, I can see a clear storyline. It's just that you just need to clear it up a little bit, how you actually come up with all the ideas and also how you come up with the terms of the concept and the terms of movement and the lighting. And then it's good that you come up with Calatrava as your president. But It's just how you going to put that. Actually there is no interrelation when you show me the sketches at the moment. Yeah, that's my comment. So,
Hi.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, sir.
How much more time do we have actually? Are we keeping everyone 30 minutes?
For kids also 15 minutes.
Great, so 15 minutes. So right now, how many minutes are left?
We left with 5 minutes.
Okay, sure. I'll make it quick. So
Okay.
basically, I think I'm having almost the same comment as what Erna just mentioned just now. You have too many pieces right now that I lost halfway when you're presenting, when you're talking about nostalgia, Nang Talong, and then there was a light well, and then now there is a underground tunnels museum that you're trying to create. So I think you need to sort of tidy up what concept you wanted to present in the end of the day in terms of the architecture. And I would just conclude most of it sounds like you are going for a shadow architecture. It's
Yeah.
everything is underground. You are playing with lights and you are playing with shadows. It seems like if you're telling when you present, when you tell that straight away, people can sort of grasp what you want, because like all the Nang Talong images and all those things is actually more like how you treat it. So it's the sub of the whole overall concept. So if you can grasp a really strong concept at the beginning, then everyone can sort of have a clear directions. And then in my personal opinion, I don't think Santiago Calatrava architectures suits what concept that you are going after, because based on the images that you're showing, they are very exoskeleton kind of architectures. So it's sort of, because when you're doing exoskeleton, you wanted to show everyone that building structures, but you're trying to merge in the underground to play with the light and shadows. I would imagine your architecture will be very blended to the side as what you wanted. You have the flowers and whatnot on top. And then after that, then you only create pockets of lights in the sections whereby you can play with all these shadow casting images for your Nang Talong image and those things. I would think that would be much more interesting in that sense. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think what I would say, what will makes your design very interesting is you would need to do a lot of mock-ups, because you need to get the light and shadow to be really projected nicely, or else you are just presenting a concept, but your light and shadow is not there, then your Nang Talong is not strong. I mean, in terms of your shadow that you wanted to cast it, is not strong, because when you wanted to have a very strong lights and shadow, you need to have a lot of shadows areas. Then you only can have the lights, like the image that you want to project can be very, very clear and nicely shown. So as what your mockup is showing right now, they are very, can you go to your mockup slides? Yeah, they are very thin. So it's more like you can only see you can only see strips of black. But instead you should invert it. You should see very dark, but strips of lights. It should be go another way around to get a very strong shadows and lights that you can play with. And because you're underground, that will probably makes it stronger.
another architect that you can look into is Tado Ando.
Yeah, Tado Ando use a lot of, yeah.
Where you have like dark, and then there's the shimmering light coming through the window into his building. So you can look into that.
Yeah, he have one really nice church that whereby it's on top of the water. So it's basically there's nothing at all. It's just one blocks of building with a cross that is projected by a sunlight. So it's very simple, very elegant, but it's very strong. So I think you probably should go towards that direction instead of the exoskeleton, which is the Santiago Calatrava.
Okay.
Okay, that's it for me.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any question?
So far, no. Just today, I also know that I'm very poor with the models, and because I was talking about the shadow and light, but I didn't show it even in my mock-up model.
Yeah, I think it's just your mock-up right now is very creating shadows. You're not creating the lights. So I would say that you should go another way around. That means you need a more tunnel dark. Then you will show the lights. Then it will tie back to how you wanted to create a stage for people to play with the Nang Talong or the craft in the museum as well. Yeah. Okay, should we move on
Thank you,
to the
sir.
next one?
Thank you, Dia.
Thank you, Min.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yeah.
Okay. So, good afternoon, and my name is Mohammed Abdirrahman. I'm from Kenya, and this is my presentation. I hope you enjoy. So, I'm going to be focusing on three parts. The first part is going to be the case study. The second part is going to be the facade, and for the craft center. So, a little bit background of what we are doing. We're doing wayang kulit. Basically, it's just the art of playing with shadows to produce stories. And the main thing I'm going to be focusing on that aspect is going to be the settings part of it. The settings is the place or type of surrounding where something is positioned or where an event takes place. So this is where when they're doing the place, either when they're in a castle or a mountain or wherever they are, they use this pohon bringing to show the aspect of their settings. So the case study for my project, I decided to go with the Kifa Tectonic Showroom. Basically, what it is a hybrid exhibition space in Austria that moves according to the sun and general weather conditions. It's an example of modern architecture with framework of tiles that shift and fold into rows on command. The facade of the Kifa Tectonic expands and contracts to regulate amount of sunlight permitted into the interior. The design minimizes necessity of air conditioning by maintaining a constantly moving shield against the external heat. So as the day progresses, the rays of the sun shift, the building presents a slowly altering frontage. It becomes dynamic sculpture that regulates its own inner climate. The skeletal frame of the showroom comprises of solid brick faces, bolstered cement ceilings, and steel-encased columns. The shifting facade is powered by engines that activate automated shutters and panels of perforated aluminiums. I particularly chose this case study because of its ability to manipulate the sun at any time and also be able to play with shadows inside, as this is the idea of wayang kulit. So moving on to my second part, the structural facade. In this section, I'm going to provide a brief background on kinetic approach to architecture and more onto the designing of the adaptive skin facade, which was inspired by pohon beringing, and finally the mechanism of the proposed facade. So basically what kinetic architecture is the concept which allows part of a structure to move without reducing overall structural integrity. And kinetic facade is one that changes dynamically rather than being static or fixed, allowing movements to occur on a building surface. So for the design, I used pohon beringing as the inspiration, and this is the setting of wayang kulit. Pohon beringing is shaped like a leaf and converted into a leaf-like shape. I came up with an adaptive module by studying the properties, and then I replicated into form an overall facade module. The basic form of the leaf is derived from the physical appearance of the pohon ringing, whereas the function of the module has been derived from the behavior of the leaf. The module can track solar path and fold into different positions according to a horizontal shading position or vertical one as shown. The module are moved on an X and Y axis on a steel frame structure attached to the existing building through hinges and guide rails using electric motors. The proposed facade is erected in front of a glazed facade of the existing building, i.e. the craft center. And finally, the facade is able to generate power from solar energy. So that is for my proposed scheme of the structural ornament. So on to my final proposal. For our site, I'm going to be doing a doka chow, and for my intention, I was looking into reducing waste products into the site because there's a lot of waste, a lot of bottles, plastics, and in the site which cause pollution, and also design integration of recycling in mind, an area where they can be able to recycle, and also being environmentally friendly, as well as minimizing cutting of. So I did a mini case study for the material of the center, and this is the Bima micro library where they use ice cream cubes to form a facade. Not only does the facade give additional meaning to the building, but the buckets also generate pleasant indoor light ambience, since they scatter direct sunlight and act as natural bulbs. So for the context, so this is where the site is going to be for the craft center. I divided into 3 parts as for the wayang kulit, where it has the pohon bringing has basically 3 parts, where is the underground part, the middle part, and the top level. I decided to go with that approach into my model form of the site. And so the middle part is the most important part in pohon bringing, where it focuses on the living aspect and where the theater will be. Then divided the first part into 3 other parts that connect to the middle part, which are situated at the entrance of the site. So look into the bubble diagrams, and in terms of space plan, spaces are going to be situated, the private spaces, some of the semi-private, the public spaces. Basically, I want to have a theater in the middle where it's connected by other parts of the building, i.e. the entrance, the gallery, a research craft center, an exhibition, and also an important part whereby they are able to recycle the waste products inside the site. So after doing some of the site synthesis, this is the form I came up with for the draft proposal of the theater in mind. So yeah.
You're not.
That's it for me.
Oh, I start.
Yes.
I can't hear.
You can start first. You want? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi. Up there, is
Hi.
it? Abdir
Abdirrahman.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. Let me understand again. So basically, your concept is inspired by pohon. Am I right to say?
Yeah, pohon beringin.
Which is actually the image that you have right there.
Yeah, here on the right
Okay.
side.
And then you have kinetic architecture system that you wanted to apply. Am I right?
Yeah.
So there are these 2 things that you wanted to sort of tie your concept together. So it's the pohon inspired
Yeah.
but kinetic architectures.
Come again?
Is a kinetic architecture that you are going towards?
Yeah, and to sort of play with the shadows inside the building.
And you're trying to, because the case study that you were showing is basically these panels is movable, and then they are
Yeah.
supposed to correspond to the sunlight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So can you scroll down to your proposal?
This one?
Yeah. So how do you derive this form? Based on pohon, how do you actually get this diagonal shape? Because I was imagining
Okay.
it be very, more like oval kind of, if you are taking it literal.
Yeah. Basically,
Yeah.
I decided to, because when you look into the meaning, the literal meaning of pohon bringing, they describe it as a leaf-like shape thingy, whereby I decided to take the leaf part of it and basically, because it's kinetic, and look into the leaf and the veins and the hierarchy sort of it, and come up with a module from that.
Because I would say it looks very different. Like
Okay.
from the pohon symbol, even the just like very layman, just go for very layman kind of visual, is from a very I would say curvy, and then it goes to a very masculine kind of angle right now. So if you wanted to use pohon, and then I would say you should go for a curvy, just find some very curvy kind of system that you actually can incorporate into the kinetic facade. It will probably, it will not jump that far, because right now it looks very different to me. It has no symbol on, because the pohon right now, it looks very feminine, and then it jumps to a really masculine kind of design. It almost looks like, because it's easier to draw it, so you probably have to go for another way around. If you want to draw, you want a triangle kind of shape, then you have to find some other symbol to actually makes your concept stronger. But right now it looks, yeah, it's just doesn't sound, the image doesn't correlate both of them. And then can you go to your building, the one that I think you have drawn some?
Yeah. Yes.
So I mean, I have no problem if you are going for this kind of form. It's just that probably you need to do a really clear space planning if you are going for like how many stories are you planning to do it?
Yeah.
How many stories is this?
Two.
2 stories. So you
Yeah.
probably have to have like a space that is basically showcasing your kinetic, like a statement piece. Because right now you have a few blocks, right? You have like maybe 2 blocks, 3 blocks. Looks at the sketches that form
Hi,
into.
sorry to interrupt. It's 5 minutes left.
Okay. So yeah, I would say you probably need to dwell into your site analysis a bit more, because right now it's just suddenly you have this shape that I have no idea how do you derive it from. Because I know you're saying that it's dirty, it's messy, but suddenly, boom, you have one circle shape. Yeah, I mean, there was a link that is missing to me. Yep. Erna, go
Okay.
ahead.
Hi, Mia.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I'm kind of like also a bit lost. But let me
Okay.
say, are you going something like green or like responsive to the sunlight?
Something like?
Something like you're responsive to sunlight, to like a green system kind of thing? Are you going for that?
Yeah, what I'm going for is something that reacts to the sun position of the site, like maybe different timing, like the morning, it has a different shade to it in order to manipulate the shadows
Yeah.
that come to maybe the user is wants sunlight, he's able to uncover the facade, or maybe he wants a little bit of privacy and
Okay.
dark so he can cover
I
it. That's
get
what I
you.
was doing.
Okay. I think I would agree with Jared on this one too, because I think it's best for you to start your presentation. How do you feel about the site? And then let's talk about how the technology will actually help it around. How do you solve it in testing? In terms of like when you come up with your form at the moment, it looks pretty rigid. Because when you talk about pohon terrain, we will expect it's something organic, like like Skylock, right? It's doing organic architecture, but if you can tell that his building shape is also squarish, and so you can tell that, for example, falling water, how actually he
Okay.
respond to the site. You know, let's talk about the technology, the kinetic things, how more onto how you actually respond to the site, meaning your orientations, come up with your SWOT, your SWOT. Currently, I don't really see your SWOT at the moment. Yeah. What are the sites where the orientation of the sun, and that's where you can actually know that where you want to position your screen shadings. How do you going to, put one level up or something like that? How do you play your masking from there? You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm not sure what other architects we look into. Maybe Norman Foster? I don't know, Jared, is he also kind of like playing with sight and also something like that? Kinetic Norman Foster, probably?
Mm,
Yeah,
I
who
don't know.
actually try to integrate technology and also trying to be funky at the same time. Yeah, but
Uh,
overall, my comment is that I think you just lack of thought, your site analysis. Try to understand more how you can actually play around and be more responsive through that. So that's all for
okay.
me. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Next one, please.
Hi. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So let me just share my.
Who is this?
Okay. I'm Edwin Singh.
Hi, Edwin.
I'm the next one's going to present my design. Hold up. I'm just looking for. All right. Okay. Right. So. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm gonna start my presentation for my interim presentation. Okay. So first off, we're gonna start off with what we did previously. So we talk about traditional Nantalong, right? So what I focus on is how I look into the decline of traditional craft, why it's not being appealed towards the modern society. So because mostly because there's like urban modernization, and you know how modern society nowadays have like shorter attention span, and also they had like a modern film influence that's coming into Thailand. That all these three factors actually starts to make this Nang Talong a bit to have a decline, where people it become less popular with them. So how we gonna understand this? Like this is just a bit of example, like why modern films are actually more appealing to modern society, because it's more towards its relatability and how the people can actually relate to the film. So like we can just see like some of the film down there, like Mission Impossible, where the physics of the stunts that makes it like very high stake for the people to actually feel that thing, so it's that people can relate towards certain things from there. Then it's like a few different films like Grave to Fireflies, where you have emotional empathy, and Spider-Verse, where they exaggerate their forms to tell any to give a certain characteristic towards settings and stuff like that. So it makes it more appealing towards the audience that way, because they have a lot of flexibility going on with it. So in Thailand nowadays, they also like start to have a lot of adaptation towards their original craft. So like in Nang Yai, they start to implement more stunts, and then they implement like modern things like more comical characters or laser mediums. And some of them also like start to create like a hard adaptation on a completely different medium, where they straight create animations from Nang Talong. So I studied like a few actions from this Nan-Tolong film called Nunui, the one created by Chanyang Hetayotin. So I was looking into why these films are actually like more appealing towards the audience, like what makes it different from traditional craft Nan-Talong. So it's more towards like how the action and gestural position of this character actually tells like a bit more of a hidden story, like a more subtle and detailed story through the actions. So from here, I studied a few of their actions and look into the aspects of it, like how intense or dynamic subtleties that they actually can project that story through their film. Because Nunui is a film without speech, which is different from Nang Talong, where Nang Talong they rely heavily on speech, which is the narration from the Tok Dalang. But in this film, they don't really put speech, but they only put emotions. So that's like a different way of how they actually project their stories. So yeah, so talking about actions from this, these actions are actually my inspiration from this craft from Nang Talong, which I'm going to focus on for my later on projects. Then we look into like how we define the new words for ornament. So I'm also looking into how it relates back towards my studies of why Nang Talong is becoming less popular, because what I'm thinking about how ornaments can be more towards empathy, because if people can relate to something, to relate something towards their own experience through seeing certain things, then they will actually appreciate the design more. And I'm also looking into the site where Dok Kachao is a garden where what I extract from it is, I believe, is like a very intimate area. So intimacy is like another keywords that I'm actually extracting out from the site. So when I go to the grammar of ornamentation, how I define it, so I'm looking to these three words: empathy, action, and intimacy, where most important thing is like how how I can have two characters that have their own intimate spaces, and through the inspiration of actions and empathy, where they can actually like combine these two people into a certain overlapping spaces. Yeah. So that's like the general gist of my whole project too, where I'm studying about how can I define a new grammar of ornamentation. So this will lead to my next project, where I am planning to do like a Nang Talong co-working transdisciplinary craft center. So what is supposed to be is tackling on this side issue where in Dok Kachao there's a lot of type of communities out there, and they're all dispersed. They're not connected by one common space, something like that. Right. So that's the issue that I'm planning to do, and what I intend to do is like how I'm going to connect this dispersed community. And I'm also looking into how I'm going to evolve Nang Talong to better adapt for a modern community. So the main idea is to bring together like different types of passionate creative artists. That's from different type traditional artists and modern artists, and also as well as the Nang Talong's the masters of Nang Talong. So the whole idea of my whole building is going to be like, how am I going to combine these people through the use of intimacy, giving them an intimate space, and then they can come together and build something new, like create a new kind of entertainment breakthrough, so that Nang Talong can actually be evolved to serve the modern consumers. So this is like my whole general idea. So I'm looking into like the users a bit, like how traditional and modern artists prefers their work style. So like in traditional artists are usually more messy and they are more practical. So they have a lot of tools that goes on with them, and they usually like requires a lot of ventilation and kind of things like that. And modern artists are their whole tools are revolving around like one computer, something like that. With they're more clean, they're more uh, they're dry, and they don't use a lot of wet dirty stuff, so they usually they need more like minimalistic kind of stuff, so they can focus while they can put like a lot of pinups, paperwork, like all the drawings on the walls, so that they help them on their productivity. Then I was also studying into like how does a basic animation kind of company works, like their workflow, their production pipeline. So the issues also relates back to what the side issue was, where these different departments are also separated. They don't actually share a common thing together. So they're quite dispersed, but they only have like one director to actually bring them together. So my intention before was like, how I want to bring everyone together to actually share their passionate ideas towards each other, so they can actually come up with something creative and a breakthrough for Nang Talong evolution. So yeah, so this is like the whole thing about the users, and I'm also looking into like a bit of list of space about what is required by these people. So it's like, this is a few things I just like list down first, and a bit of programmatic diagram on how I plan to have these programs relate to each other. It's mostly like how I bring this the Nainang, which is the Nang Talong masters, and the filmmakers, which is like modern beat, and then the artists, like traditional kind of people, how I can bring them together, and then they have like a common space in the center where they can gather and share ideas, and then they can go back towards their own private space and work on the things that they're special at. So at the end of it, they will actually have the end products that it could be a form of film, or it could be a form of theater, or shops, that kind of thing. So they actually can goes back to the modern consumers or the tourists. So from that point, was looking into how I'm gonna, because we have to do like building elements and facade study on how we actually because we are talking about ornaments and stuff like that. So I'm looking into a few case study about what's my three different words just now. So which is like the intimate spatial. So this is all about intimate spatial qualities, and how I derive from that is how I actually like use these values to redefine a capsule, like a building elements, where this capsule can actually provide two different private space and then you can connect them through a common space, which is that like you can see through the section. So the design of this place is like mostly inspired from how we create intimate spaces. So there's like a bit of shelving, and then screens, and how these elements can actually be functional as well as creating a spatial quality towards the users. So yeah, so this capsule is actually like is ambiguous, so it can actually be redefined. Like it can be a wall, it can be a staircase, or it can be a floor. So it's all that things together. So this is how I redefine a capsule. That's how I like further proof, like justify like my three words, and how I actually implement into like a certain building elements. Then and then after I use the same values and try to apply it on a facade assembly. So we had to do a facade study, and I focus on these three case study, which first of one is Serpentine Gallery, which is by the BR Angels Group. So what makes this one interesting about this project is that how they use like how they redefine a wall into a space defining elements, and they could actually make it very functional. That they use it to create like benches and bars, so that people can actually use the same elements functionally, and also how you can actually use like a very rigid kind of material to create a very organic shape. because dog kacau is a very is a garden, so it's like something that I feel like it could complement that site. Okay, then after that we talk about the same Sebutan Gallery, but this one's by Sou Fujimoto. So he also did the same thing, like how he used like man-made rigid kind of forms, but then he used it in a specific way that he can create like a cloud-like structure. Yeah, so that he creates like a new form of environment where he merge and blur the line between what's man-made and nature. So I feel like that's something that it could be used to complement the site at dog culture also. And then this one's like a Guastalla Kindergarten by Mario Sucinella Architects. So the most prominent thing about this this whole facade is like how they emphasize on interior facade, and how important it is for to create that space for kindergarten kids to actually be more focused and play around. So it's like you can see through all these things that I studied from, like how the shapes, the sound, and then the lighting. These all things all come together to create like a very nice space for these kindergarten kids.
You have 3 minutes
So
left.
from my facade proposal, right, like so it's going to be something that this facade is going to be designed, if it's going to be very meaningful, it's going to be designed based on how you can improve the function, and it's going to follow the form of the actions to create the intimate spaces. So that's why you can see the first the 3 different variation, where these facade are going to be designed to actually better complement the spaces that is going to be occupied by these different users. So there's like I used from 2 different extremes, like traditional artists and modern artists, and how they prefer to work, and that's how I designed the facade for them. And then so yeah, the first one is like there is going to be like more open and more perforated, so that they have like ventilation going on, and that kind of view, because there are a lot of they're messy kind of workers, so they need like the kind of ventilation to help them, and then I give them like the certain kind of view so that people like tourists that can actually come and see how the actual long things that can be built and stuff like that. And then modern artists, they usually prefer like closed space and clean space, so I like design like some kind of just a very simple timber panels, so they can actually use that timber panels for pin-ups and shelvings, kind of stuff like that. And then how I'm going to combine these 2 spaces together is like how I bring these 2 different artists in one space, so they can actually like discuss ideas and share things of what they're doing between them. So it's going to be like more casual spaces. So that's why I did like a very greenery space kind of thing. So that's how I use the facade to try to create an intimate space for each users. So this is like the basic form of it. So like I just try around a few things, like how can I use like certain actions to create a very organic form. Then after that, when I create this organic form, right, so I can apply this the facade, the basic form facade design that I created inside on these forms immediately. So this is just a bit of study that how I look into the strips, where there's 2 different colors because there's 2 different kind of users, right? So how I twist the strips to try to find a way to connect these 2 users seamlessly.
1 minute
So yeah,
left. Can you wrap up?
Sorry.
1 minute left. Can you wrap
Oh,
up the whole?
okay. Then I think I'm about to finish. I'm going to go soon. So, right. So this is just a model studying on 3 different variations and on the structure. And yeah, so and then I'm going to go how we're going to apply this on the site. So the site is how I chose the site is based on the landmarks of the dog kacau. So I put it at the center where it can connect all these things together, and also at the same time not to provide an obstructed view that is already existing on site. So yeah, I did like conceptual massing model as well, like a bit that's actually on site, so that I can see like how things can actually work out on the forms and the how the approach of the people can actually go to the site. Then I'm looking into like then after I sketch a few like bubble diagrams on a different kind of forms. Then I merge them together to see on this hybrid one, so you can see like all these spaces, how they actually would be able to come together in the plaza, and yeah, from all around the spaces lah. And then I had this like normal sketch of section, like to imagine like what it would look like for my building design. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you, Edwin.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I have a look at your site analysis?
Okay.
Let's start planning just now. This side.
This one, right?
Yeah, this one. I think you should do more of this. And then also, it's mirror in here?
Sorry.
Mirror. Just now, mirror, is it? Mirror.
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 I'm
Mirror. I think, yeah, I think you guys need to share something like this. Mirror will help you to actually understand how the building works and also interrelating to your concept. I can tell that Edwin, you have a clear direction on where you're going, but it's just that I'm not sure what kind of identity and character are you trying to portray for your building right now. What are you trying to plan to do at the moment?
right.
Is it like an intergenerational or something like connectivity, or what do you have in mind at the moment?
What I have in mind is like how I want to bring different type of artists and creators together to actually work together to try to evolve Nang Talong into a different thing, so they can actually like constantly. It's like it's gonna be a studio unit, so that we encourage like different kind of people to come together, so they can actually like constantly evolve Nang Talong. So it's always going to be making Nang Talong relevant to the modern society. So yeah, I'm not sure if I can say like intergenerational, but because if you talk about traditional artists and modern artists, also there's like many different kind of age that comes over there. So I'm not sure what the word I want to choose for that one.
All right, okay. Okay, so basically, how many stories are you planning to do?
It's just going to
Are
be
you going to like
Yeah, it's just going to be 2 stories. It's a simple 2-story building. I was intending to play with different levelings of this building as well. Yeah, because I feel like different leveling can actually helps in defining the space also as well. To create like the intimate spaces that I always talk about just now, to help these users.
I think there is a little bit missing there, but it's only a minor thing. Maybe you can actually define what kind of that combined space that you want to make it like more significant in your space planning. For example, like a pocket space or something like that, you know,
A
kind of
pocket
like,
space.
yeah, catchy words that can actually, oh, okay, this is like a something like reflecting back to your concept as the activities and also the what you call that, mingle space, right? Something like that, right?
Right.
So can you go back to your precedent studies? So you
Sorry.
have so many precedent studies. Precedent studies.
All right. I had like a few of them.
So which one actually reflects to your ideas more actually?
In terms of
What do you
spatial,
have in mind?
I'm looking more into this like this case studies. This is like a few case study I'm looking around. So like how they create intimate spaces through the use of like the first one is use of shapes, greenery, or how they define like private public spaces. Then like Casa N, they're using like layerings, like it looks like capsules kind of layerings. And then in like the Toronto building, they use like leveling. So I'm like these are like my inspirations of how I try to create like intimate spaces for the people.
Yeah, I can see that like for the first case study, second case study, third case study, I think this one is one thing that more towards what you are trying to do. Like try to stick with one idea and then just develop from there. Don't get too many something that can actually confuse you which direction that you're going to do first. So
All right.
yeah. And also can I go back to your mock-up? Go back to your mock-up.
Sorry.
Mock-up.
A mock-up. All right.
Yeah.
Right. So this is just a simple basic mock-up. And this is like my mock-up on the side.
Okay. try to play more on how you actually play it more that where you can have that interconnecting spaces, that combined spaces, rather than just focusing on making a form. That's all my comments. Yeah. But
Okay.
overall, I think okay. That's all me. Janet?
Hi. I just want to start off with Mire and Dia. You guys should have the activity program and your site analysis. Basically, based on what Edwin had right now, you guys are lacking on that too, which makes your whole concept and building very vague. So you probably need that. Are you guys listening? Probably not. Anyway.
It's okay, I'll inform them.
So
Do you have a program? Do you have the program? I thought I saw your program just now. No, what?
who?
Edwin. I saw there's a
Yeah,
program.
Edwin have, but I say Dia and Mire.
Oh.
The earlier two of them, they're lacking of that. So
Oh, they are.
yeah. So it makes the whole building very vague. Like I don't know what they're trying to put in that space. Yeah. My very quick sort of like ideas to you is you currently trying to create a hub. There's two things that I wanted to clarify. One is you're saying that you wanted to create a hub to actually connect there was one slide that you're showing that there was a missing path or something. Can you go back to that one? That you're trying to create a hub.
Oh, a kind of capsule. This is like a building element studies.
No, it was earlier. Huh? There was one earlier slide that you actually have further up. Yeah, this one.
Yes.
So you're trying to create a community hub?
No, it's like more. This is like in a general sense of how I bring these people together. It's like it's an issue. So like, so how I want to connect them is still like left the question. But later on, I specified that I wanted to have these artists to come together.
Okay.
So it's like I mean, if it's like a hub, then it's like a hub for these artists to come together and to work together to evolve Nantalong. Okay. And then when I put these tourists, the fishing village community and cities, right, they're also part of the bigger sense of it, where they are the end consumers of the Nantalong. So Nantalong is entertainment to them. Yeah. So like if you want to make it relevant back to them, it's like how we're going to evolve this entertainment back to these people.
And how do you relate that to Nunui?
Sorry?
There was a Nunui, right? Is it Nunui?
Nunui was the first craft that I studied on. Yep. Yeah. So
Nunui and Nang Talong is two different things, right?
Nunui is an animation that is inspired from Nang Talong.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I should have mentioned that. But these animations that are like adaptations, all these three animations down here, right? Yeah. They are adaptations of Nang Talong or Wayang Kulit. So the first two ones are like Nang Talong. The first one is like very traditional kind of adaptation. The second one is very radical kind of adaptation, where they strip off the three main things about Nang Talong. They strip off the speech part lah, but they focus more on the music and the gestural expression. Yeah. The third one is it's created by Irwan Junaidi. It's also inspired by not Nang Talong, but it's Wayang Kulit lah, to tell a story about abuse. This one haven't been out yet, but it's going to be out soon. So yeah.
How do you now the missing part is how do you bring this story to your building?
Oh, okay.
Because right now it seems like you are creating a hub, right?
Yeah.
But how does this Nunui actually help you to tie? Because it seems like the working spaces is basically for the artists.
Yeah.
Who are actually producing Nang Talong.
Right.
Yeah, and then you are just creating a space for an artist that creating Nang Talong. But you explained a lot on Nunui just now. So how does this Nunui go back to that building?
Right. So from Nunui, what I inspire here from is mostly towards their actions.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's all their gesture expression and all the details, the subtleties of it actually like tells a story.
Mm-hmm.
So like with these two words, then with this concept art I did, right? So it's like technically showing like how their action actually can inspire the form to actually create that kind of overlapping intimate spaces for these two people to work together, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how I'm going to apply it in the building is almost the same concept, like how I was studying on the shapes and like the shapes on the actions that define the shapes, right?
Yep.
And then yeah, then how I'm going to use these shapes and these keywords to actually create that intimate spaces for these users to actually come together and work together. So it's true. It's still towards their action, the user's action, and the action of the building, the form of it.
Okay. I would say there's you probably can super when you are describing this. I mean, when you come to your how do you actually derive your form, especially the ribbon
Right.
that you're showing at the end, the
Okay.
buildings. So if you have that kind of image that you superimpose, and then you get the specific form, then it might be stronger, in my opinion. Or you have to really make that space or that ribbon make sense by having a really strong program in terms of section, not just plan anymore, because you are playing with overlapping spaces. So plan is very hard to see. You probably have to start arranging your spaces in section, because it seems like your ribbon's gonna be like having a lot of intermediate, like first story to second story, and then you have a mezzanine in between as well, because of the ribbon that is continuous. So I would say that you might have a lot of overlapping spaces.
Right.
That can be very interesting if you're showcasing in sections.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, what do you mean by the image superimposing the image?
Because you have that nunui that just now you were
Oh,
showing, how you
right,
inspired. Yeah,
right,
because
right,
that looks totally different from what you're showing right now.
right, right.
If you can do it like maybe there was a really just a diagram to show that how does it actually carve out the spaces because of the ribbons, then
Okay.
it probably give a rather strong, it might you just need to justify it. It might be not as strong as what you can show just based on plan, but at least it's not like a very almost like gimmicky. You just give image just for the sake of trying to make the ribbons happens.
Okay. Right. Okay. I get it.
Yeah. So I would say is that I think, can you go back to your site analysis?
This one?
Yeah. So with all these site analysis, and then when you go to your form that actually shows, yeah, I kind of lost from your site analysis. It goes to this shape. So if
Oh,
you can actually show it maybe a clearer direction, where is the because right now I see a lot of arrows flying around.
right.
Yeah, I mean it's just because we are the first time who see this. We
Right.
will not understand at all for external.
Yeah.
So you probably can show us how do you want to come in, how do you want to get out. That will probably explain a little bit easier in terms of flows. And then where is your working spaces? Do you want your working spaces to actually separate into private and public? Because it might be a hub that people will go in and understand Nang Talong, but there are also some spaces that is like the back of house kind of really messy kind of places that they need to clean. Yeah, those kind of spaces will create a lot of overlapping sections that I mentioned just now. It might be it will create very dramatic spaces, which I think it will be quite nice.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I get it.
Anything else to add, Erna?
No, I think my side. Yeah. We move.
Yeah.
So Edwin, Okay, thanks, Edwin. All right, who's next?
Oh, that's it, yeah?
It's me.
Yeah,
It's my turn. You still
Zarif,
share?
is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
Edwin.
Hello, wait. Can you see my screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I'm not very prepared for this presentation, but can we just make it sort of like discussion instead of me going through? Because I'm still figuring out what I'm doing.
The screen is
So
all yours. Just let us understand your design. That would be great. All right.
okay, on this page, I'm talking about the three elements to highlight the new grim of ornamentation, but
Sorry,
I
Zarif, can you zoom out your screen? I can't really see.
zoom.
Sorry, I'm a bit blind, although I have four.
Macam ni cukup
Yeah. Okay.
So on this first page is basically a slight introduction to the Nang Tolong, and then I'm highlighting the elements of my new grammar of ornamentation, which is mastery, impersonation, and crafty. But I have not integrated these three elements into my design yet. So I'm still working on it lah, meaning to say. So this is my artifact I have chosen from the character of the Nang Talong, which is called Rusi. Rusi is represent the royalty in the Nang Talong punya character lah. So here I'm trying to dissect the artifact through split wrap crosswise, and then this is my manipulation through lights at different angle. So moving on to the form exploration, I'm choosing this one to be translated into 3D form. So what's going on here is I use the follow-up function on SketchUp and turn them into this. Okay, moving on to the materiality. I have chosen my skin facade to be made from the what do you call the plastic waste that found around the site. It's because it's my tech to respond to the site issue lah. So the first step, plastic waste collected at the river, and then melt, and then the commodity mold, which can form into my skin facade, and then whatever we want to make lah, using the melted plastic. So this is the outcome of my skin facade. Okay, moving on to my design brief. So here I have two statements about understanding the issues at site, because the Chao Phraya River is mostly polluted with a lot of plastic, and it makes the lives at the river very difficult. So in order to tackle the problem, an initiative has to be done, especially to engage the local people. And then understanding the craft. So Nang Talong is considered as a dying craft due to rapid development of the technology. Because of this problem, the past entertainment has surpassed. Has been forgotten and kena replaced with the technology advancement which has caught the attention of the new generation. So what I'm trying to do here, I try to revamp this design craft and bringing it back to this modern world with a whole new approach. So my design objective is to technically to solve the issue on the site and the craft, and have to make an initiation for the current community to engage in cultural activities and to bring new ideas to the element of the craft. Okay, moving on to the transdisciplinary craft center schematic proposal. This is my my hierarchy structure of how my project going to work, because the main driver of my project is the board. Because why board? Board is the main access to the site, and this board can provide services to tourists, transportation, and also river cleanup. How do I say? So okay, basically my driver is board lah. Okay, here I have two case studies, which is the Pani Community Center, which I'm looking at the materiality used in the building, and also how they lay out the program of their spaces. And secondly, my case study I'm looking at is the Bamboo Playhouse. Is because I wanted to incorporate beamless concrete structure into my building. I will talk about it more after this law. So here is my site synthesis. What's going on here is, since our site is facing the main river, which is the Chao Phraya River, I'm going to what do you call integrate this river into my site, and then in the neighborhood context, on the left side is already existing resort, which I'm going to incorporate into my project. Okay, moving on. This is my design development. What I'm doing here, I lay 3 meters grid set along the side, and then secondly, I put the beamless concrete structure, which is used to elevated the main program into the first floor, is because the reason being for that is because I wanted to have visual connectivity between the site and the neighborhoods. Okay, and then on the fourth point, spaces clustered in linear, whereas the noise space is placed away from the main building. So basically, I'm pointing at this is my main building, and then the most noisy space, I put it away from the main space. Okay, this is where I bring the kennel to my side, because I really wanted my building program to be driven by the activity of the boating around the site. Okay, last one is how I implement my skin facade, which gives the identity to my building, and also it can provide air flow into the interior space. So as you can see here is how my whole building sit on the site plan. Okay, here I have set the spaces required for my building. As you can see here, I have two different types of drop-off area. Here is for the vehicular, here is for the pod drop-off. Moving on to the first floor, here you can see the special organization, the linear, and how I lay out the spaces in my floor plan. The roof plan, and here my elevation showing how the skin facade is being used in my building. This is the section YY showing the canal into the side. Here some clear perspective how my whole building looks like. Okay, that's all from me.
Erna, you want to start?
That's
Okay.
makes sense.
Can I understand that you are basically trying to create it's a craft center?
Yeah, it's a craft center.
Is Nang Talong everyone's required to have that? Is required for everyone?
For our group, yeah.
Okay, so I would say Nang Talong is one of the most important things that you needed to incorporate in. And how do you incorporate that in? Is it just the 3D thing that just now you were showing?
I'm trying to like introduce a new approach how to like keep the element of the Nang Talong in my skin facade. One
So
of the element is the translucent lah.
Okay.
This is why I use plastic as my material for my skin facade.
Okay. So in that case, because I'm not very sure in terms of how your Nang Talong like show, I mean, if you're just saying that your Nang Talong is just the screen treatment, it might not be as strong because what I'm seeing right now is you're trying to clean the river.
Oh, also because the reason why I made the boat as my main driver of my building, right, is
Yeah.
because I want to like if there's no boat means there's no tourists, and when there's no tourists, there's no exposure to this building.
Mm-hmm. I think it's interesting the way how you wanted to bring the water elements and creating a canal inside your building, and then create this kind of like a fake chak kind of feeling to it, whereby there's boats going in and all this. It's just that the Nang Talong is missing. If you are telling me that your Nang Talong element is just the facade, it's probably not very strong. Yeah.
I understand.
So I would say that you probably needed to really show. Do you have a program like what the like
List of spaces.
do you okay? So what is your building types going to be? Are you going to have like a recycling center inside? Because you are
Yeah.
because if I can formulate a brief for you, you probably is more likely trying to have a recycling
Mm-hmm.
center which promote the Nang Talong what do you call that, the kulit thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say that might be something interesting, and is different than just doing everyone is using the same Nang Talong on the screen, and then everyone looks different, everyone using the same inspiration, which is, I think that's very straightforward. So I would say that what you can actually do is more like a recycling center, and then with a Nang Talong inspired wayang kulit center, and then that will probably makes your building much more interesting. It's more like a center that telling people that how to be green and with what do you call that, sustainable or whatnot in along this river, because you are trying to clean the river, right?
Yeah.
So I would say that that will be probably stronger. Then you only, I mean, then you can, the facade thing is, yeah, everyone's gonna do the same. Everyone's gonna use that as inspiration to create a glass wall, a glass this, or facade. Everyone's gonna do that. You just need to create something different, which is, I would say that bringing the canal in is something different. Then you should stick with it, but formulate. Just give a really clear program. Like you want to focus on the recycling item, then you focus on that, then you branch it out so that you have spaces like visitor centers, and then the wayang kulit production areas, plastic recycling, whatever things. Then it makes your program different, then your building will look different. Because yes, it's very easy to do 3x3 grid and then just copy and paste, done. That's my building. But if you are still a student, I would say that explore a bit more. You will get this kind of building when you start working. When you're a student, just go crazy with it. You will do this in your real life.
Yeah, I'm trying to go off tangent, but
so try to be a bit more explorative. I think if you are bringing river in, I think that is the first step to actually make this building interesting. But you just need to enhance it. Don't just merely one little boat crossing and then what do? Nothing. Just go in one loop. Who is going to go in if there's nothing to showcase? Maybe along the river there is some wayang kulit exhibitions or what. You just gotta plan from the river.
okay.
Yep.
For
Hi,
me,
Darif.
okay. Sorry.
You
So
have
in
any
my
questions?
case, yeah. So in this case, I just have to justify the hierarchy of my building program. Why I what do you call? Why I introduce recycling center and in the intersect with the Nang Talong.
Yeah, I think everyone needed the Nang Talong, right? I mean, this is the brief. So you need to be inspired by Nang Talong.
Okay.
But don't inspire your Nang Talong because of the facade. Don't get your facade being inspired by Nang Talong, because that is very easy to do.
Okay.
So try to make that inspire your space quality and space program. Then you will be different than a lot of others. What are they doing? Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
need to add a little bit lah. Darif, I think your the storyline it seems like a bit too straightforward. Like from the Nantalong, and then you actually like deriving the all these photoplastic recycled items, and then you just pop 3 meters, and then you just put up the screen. Like how Jared was saying, it's a little bit too straightforward, you know. I think this project is something that you need to find a real meaning of what is Nantalong. So this is another suggestion. If you want to do a recycle building, probably you can try approach something like tourism concept, where people come to look at your building to actually explore Nantalong culture, but also they can actually work themselves out by doing recycles. And one of the main things that you need to emphasize is that do you have a reference study when you say that you can show those translucent screens inspired by Nang Kalong? Do you get what I mean? Do you have like a reference study? You need a reference study to justify that when you're saying that a translucent screen actually representing your Nang Kalong. But
Okay.
a reference study is not literally you take from other people's work. It's just something that a study that you get inspired on. It's not just something that you made it up. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just something a reference for your statement. That is it's like your research statement. It's like your design statement. That's how you actually justify your elements. So I also agree that you bring in the river, just creating a flow into your building, but try to be more. Try to be more explorative. Don't be shy. Like how big is your river? 3 meter only. 3 meter
Yeah, 3
is like
meter.
longkang lah, bro. You see, like
Ya ke? Kejap,
try
kejap.
to be more.
Eh,
I mean,
3 meter is big lah.
create more. Try to be more. Try to beautify your river when it comes into your buildings. But at the end of the day, we like I like the idea when you put up like the plastic bottle. It's just that you need some reference study to make your design stronger. And then also, I think you a little bit lack of site analysis too. Space program. Space program is very important for you to justify how important is your building. What you get what I mean?
Space program.
Your building plan space program, how you actually derive it. And also, because from what I see from the others, you are trying to go with, you are approaching your site, you're approaching your design by stating the problem. There is a problem at site. So you need to make it clear on your board. So that's how you tell the story one by one. And then you can actually okay, Nang Kalong is the additional point that you want to, make your building more interesting. So that's how you actually integrate. That's what makes your building different from the others. Like for example, Edwin one wants to integrating the traditional and the modern media together, and you are something else, recycling. And this makes a character. Your building have a character. So that's my comment for now.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
So far, no. I'm still figuring out what I'm doing.
Yeah. So that's what I think at the moment.
Yeah.
But what do you actually want to do? Basically, really, you just need to give a stronger justification. That's why you have reference study.
Mm.
If not, I would just probably say that okay, you use plastic. I can actually put it at my site. I mean, I can use the same element to another another project. But
Because
you
the one
use
I
it.
derived from my own ideation.
Sorry, come again.
I derived from my own idea.
Yeah. So you have to make it stronger by having a reference study from there. Because currently, I don't really see there's a reference study. It's all about the reference study that you show is just on what do you call that, case studies of people using it, but there is no strong justification on that.
Mm. As I said earlier, I have not reinforced my 3 keywords into my building.
Mm.
Right now, I'm working backwards law. So
Yeah. So we are trying to give you some suggestions to
okay.
have you get some fresh ideas. And after this, you can actually develop how do you want it to be.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mm.
All right. We have another, how many people? We have another 3 people. The panel's asking for a timeout for a bit. So we're gonna come back in about 10 minutes. The next person is going to start. Leah is here. Leah cannot come in, is it?
Liang is not here, but he sent me his video presentation, so I'll be showing it on behalf of him.
I
Is
see.
it okay?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Yeah, but I'm trying to get him inside. So, okay.
He said
Alright, so
he's blocked, so he can't get in.
yeah, no, I mean, guests can come in, supposedly.
Oh, come in
No,
as a guest. Okay.
supposed to come in with, so as a guest. All right. Okay.
Okay.
So we'll start back in about 10 minutes. 4:25. Okay.
All right.
Gila Edwin.
Sorry.
So tired, man, of this design.
Cannot hear you, bro. I'm not using my mic.
So tired.
Oh, yeah, you sound so tired, man. You present also, you feel like so unenthusiastic. It's okay, settle already, man.
I cannot get my idea in a straight line. But I like your P2 because I look at it last 2 days trying to understand what you're doing.
Oh,
So
really?
far I could really follow up what you are doing now. It's a compliment.
No, nothing lah. It's not much.
You're
I
happy.
haven't. I didn't do too much for this one also. I
But-
missed out my conceptual drawing.
But your 3 words really work together very well.
but I still have to like consider certain things lah. Just now I had a few ideas like given. I feel like I missed out a few things.
Aduh.
What's going on right now?
Break 10 minutes.
Break 10 minutes.
Resume at 4:25.
I see. Oh yeah, you need last one. Break.
You guys, we can continue.
Whose turn now?
So we're going next. Is Dinesh in?
Hello,
No.
it's Liak's turn, but he's not able to join, so I'll be showing his recorded video presentation.
And then just give the marks. Okay.
Okay.
All right, can see? Hello?
Yep.
So if you can't hear anything, just let me know lah. I'll figure out.
Sorry, whose project is this?
This is Liak's, Liak Yuanzhang. I'm Wong Wei Kiat. I'm presenting here. I'm just showing his video. He's not able to join. Can I continue?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I don't think we can hear anything. I think the sound is not on.
Still no. Ah?
No, I can't
Nope.
hear anything.
You need to share your screen. I mean share the computer sound something. I'm not sure.
There's a button where you have to click
included
computer
computer
sound.
sound. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see that just now. I'll start over again.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today I'll be
Can hear?
presenting about the future
Yeah.
of craft development of
Okay.
SPA Transdisciplinary Craft Center. So based on my previous project, these are the researchers that I have found that led to this design. So for craft, my keyword is functionality of the characters. Like in wayang kulit, there may be several puppets for just one character, depending on what the character is doing. So below, the puppet will be shown with different clothing and different colors to indicate its group. So below are some of the examples such as gold, black, red, and white. So there are characteristic for good and evil puppets too. On the left hand side, you can see the evil puppet. Here are the characteristic of the evil puppet, and over here are the characteristic for the good puppet. So moving on to site tourism, they are classified into three groups, which is accommodation, health services, and agricultural learning activities. Accommodation was seen in farm stays and rented houses. Health services are form of health tourism and food tourism activities. Health tourism activities include herbal massage and bicycles for rent. So food tourism offers a Thai cooking tour for foreign tourists. Agricultural learning activities can be found in making and crop cultivation training. So for ornaments, my keyword is functionality of ornaments. So ornaments are ubiquitous markers of everyday life and yet frequently ignored, belated, and even contested. For me, I think ornaments do serve a purpose or have function in our everyday life. So this one is my new grammar of ornamentation, the poster. So from the site synthesis, I've gathered groups, or I separated into 4 groups. The first one is hotel and accommodation. Second one is health services. Third one is tourist attractions, and fourth one is food and beverages. So these are all the shops you can find at this area, and tourist location or hotel and accommodation. So moving on to my part 2, the building element that I chose is a wall. So the type of vegetable that can grow vertically without support is tomato, cucumber, beans, snow peas, pumpkin, gourd, and bitter melon. And below here are some of the spices that can grow vertically without support too. So this is my progress and my model picture for the building element. So moving on to design intention. How my design intention is to design a craft center with the element of spa inside it. So how can a spa make people feel more calm? The music played in the spa, the smell of essence through candle diffuser or essential oil, the lighting settings. Example given is a dim hallways. So this one is an example of a building. I think the building name is United States Institute of Peace. And these are the what make the building peaceful and leisure, such as a light as a metaphor of peace, garden as a metaphor, harmony with nature, or serenity. So ornamental facade assembly, this is my case study. For case study 1, facade 1, the facade naturally ventilated for its tropical climate, texture for shade, hanging plants, white structural film, screens of louvers paired with plant feel less confined. So the plants will make this area less confined. Privacy within the resort. So no wall spa, soften light, creating a dappled effect. Visitors feel connected to nature and calmness. So for my case study 2, for the facade combination of concrete louvers and greenery interspersed to create diversity. So the green layer protect barrier between road and building to enhance privacy within the resort. So natural color of wood provide shade and allow breeze, give a feeling of diving into the tropical nature. So why design a vegetation facade? So these are all the advantages of vegetation facade. It loses and absorbs heat easily. Plants create a cooling environment through evaporation, provide a good shade, protect walls from direct solar radiation, take up little spaces. Evergreen plants prevent cooling during winter. So as before, this is my building element in project 2. So the building so I upgraded the building facade based on the building element, and this one is the new design. So this one is design 1 for design facade 1, design facade 2, and this one are the measurement for design facade 1 and design facade 2. So this one is my mock-up model.
It's done.
So yeah, it's done. And if you want to go through his slides, I can show you. Like if there's anything you wanna go through.
I have a question. Is he trying to do a hotel, a spa? Just a spa, right?
I think he's trying to do a resort thing.
Yeah, he's actually doing like a spa concept craft center.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. So it's like a medical tourism kind of thing. Yeah.
any clip?
Erna power. Erna pernah buat spa.
So he's trying to imitate ornaments ideas kan, all these inspirations from the ornaments. But I just have one comment. I saw one slide where he indicated how concept of ambient. And then I see that one of his intention is to bring in green, vertical greens, creepers. Scroll down a bit. Oh yeah, this one. Above, go up. Yeah, this one. I just wanted to comment on the part where how can a spa make you calm. So well, everything that he stated is basically more very active. It's not really passive way. My comment is how he can actually derive on making a calm ambience in a building. Of course, we can actually put on music. We can actually have diffusers. We can actually playing with lightings. There's so he has to explore more on all those five senses where he wants to play the music because of the hear, right? He wants to put up music for the hearing, lighting for the visual, and then the third one is diffuser is smell. Why not he try and play with more on the architecture materials elements? For example, like timber smells, all this. Go back to all the therapeutic architecture. He can actually explore more on that. Another thing is that other than these three senses, maybe he can actually go back to what he wants to have is the ornament, which is ornament you can actually feel by the touch. So he can actually add on that. So yeah, that's all my comments. I think that's all. Can I go to his sketches? Scroll down, please. Is anyone taking notes for him, or I'm just?
Yes, I am.
I'll give the comments to you. Ke macam mana?
I think we can pass the
Yeah.
message.
I did.
Right. Okay. So
the sketches is here.
this is one of the elements he can play around, but just don't stick to one thing. This is like just to focus on very central. He can actually have this. It can be. I think he can add more to it by playing for other five senses in his painting. Don't make it too artificial, like too. I mean, lighting you can actually play with it. Other than that, like music, is there anything like maybe a water features, the sound of the water features, maybe he can put out like a fountain, play on natural elements more than everything, all these artificial. Yeah, I think that's all from me.
Okay.
My comments would be, I don't see any relations at how he actually derived his form from any site analysis at all. So there is no site corresponding. I mean, based on what I see just now, he was very probably I would say he was very keen of putting this green wall, and is going another way around of designing, whereby he designed the green wall first, then it just smacked onto a box building. And the form of that building doesn't have any reason. How does it suddenly become a U shape? There's no relation on it, and then makes it very vague. You can't tell your story and nobody can buy it. And to be honest, because I'm practicing in Singapore, green wall is mandatory in Singapore. You need to have 100. If you are having a piece of land, you need to replace 100% of the green in your building. That's why Singapore is so green, because it's mandatory. So this is very much a makeup to me. It's just I have a green wall, voila. But the form itself still have required to have some kind of a site analysis to make it stronger, and that will be the how he need to plan his forms and how he actually derive his space planning. The second one, I would say that he can explore. I think this is very current right now. They call the biophilic architectures. So Woha is very famous for it. So basically, they are all very concentrated on nature. So biophilic architecture is like the new thing right now. A lot of people, because of this COVID, everyone wanted to have nature element in their building and all this. So probably he can explore into that. Don't restrict just a green wall. Green wall is almost boring already right now, but he need to play with probably like what Erna says, 5 senses. If you play with 5 senses, then your building will be very interesting. Yep, that's from me. Thank you.
All right. You
All right,
can go
thank you.
for the next person.
The next one is me.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
All right.
carry on.
So, wait. Okay. So just to clarify one thing, the puppet I did research on is not Nang Talong actually. It's Hon Luang. I'll talk about it later when I reach there. Okay. Now it's just to let you know. So I'll start presenting my design. The title is Future of Craft, Sensory Transdisciplinary Culture Center. In this project, we are supposed to design a cultural center, and there are 3 main elements in this project I will be talking about, which is the resonance in ornamental design, the mechanism of the Hon Luang puppet, and also the tourism of the site, Dok Kachau. Okay, now based on the previous research on grammar of ornaments, I define ornamentation with the keyword resonance. The reason is because to me, ornaments are supposed to resonate people, to remind them of something else after getting in contact with it. And so in short, the ornament is actually like an artwork of an artist expressing themselves that can create resonance between people and their artwork. That's for ornament, grammar of ornaments. Next, I did research on the Hon Luang puppetry. Like I mentioned before, this Hon Luang puppet is a lost culture in Thailand, and then it's lost for almost 150 years, and then it's miraculously revived in 2017. Someone revived it, and this puppet is actually a 3-dimensional puppet. The way the puppet moves is by strings connecting to the limbs, and the strings, there are total of 12 to almost 20 strings connecting the joints that is hidden in the puppet. And the strings are being pulled by the puppeteer from below. And here's the image of the puppeteer playing the puppet. The puppet is on top. And this here is the strings board, I call it. The strings board is a place that gathers all the strings, and the puppeteer will pull it from below. And the strings board is basically like a core of the whole mechanism of the puppetry. And next, this is an abstract poster to portray how I think of the Hon Luang puppet in terms of resonance. The puppeteer is like an artist giving the puppet a pose, and the pose is like an ornament. The artist create the ornaments, the puppeteer create the pose, and the audience will see the pose and remind them of something they are familiar with, such as like music, like dancing, drawing, fishing, or martial arts, and so on. This is the meaning of this poster. And next is a table I designed using the form of the strings mechanism and concept of tensegrity during the previous project, the project 2. The frame of the table is suspended in mid-air because of the strings that are pulling them together. The frame is actually hanging, and then the strings are holding them together. So it looks like it's suspended in mid-air, hanging there. So until here, these are basically the summary of everything based on the previous project. Now for the current project, I will start with the facade assembly. So to design an ornamental facade and cultural center, I start with the facade first. The concept of the facade is to use a tensile mechanism for the user to interact with, because I want the user to directly experience the manipulation of the puppet itself. Using this experiential and interactive mechanism to help them understand and remember about the facade, and ultimately remember about the puppetry, which is almost forever lost. So this proposed design of facade, it is inspired by the strings board feature of the Honlong puppet, and it's a combination of many panels, and each panel is a sheet of elastic materials. To be exact, it's PVC coated polyester, and with the strings being pulled, the user will do a random puppet pose, and then the pose will pull the strings, and then with the strings being pulled, the facade will change like how the strings board do. So you can imagine the facade is like a strings board, and instead the strings board is controlling the puppet. Strings board being pulled and control the puppet. The person is like the puppet, doing the puppet move, the pose, and then pulling the strings from the facade, and you get the idea of how the strings board is looking like in the puppet. And then this is the sketch of the approach of the facade. This is the what you might actually see, and this is the front view and side view of the facade. So it's actually the shading device will change according to the human movement. And after coming up with this facade idea, I start with the case study. I did a case study on Tyson Crope Quarter Essen. This building contains a movable sunshade that responds to the sun orientation. So it's basically an idea of sustainable. So I tried to understand the construction of it. And next, I also did a case study on the interactive facade. This project is not actually done in real. This is just a concept project. And this facade, it actually has a sensor that keeps tracks on the human movement using genetic algorithm, and the panel will move to always face the pedestrian. So the first one is the facade will change in response to the sun orientation, and the second one is in response to the human movement, the pedestrian. And finally, based on everything I did, this is the final look of the facade I designed. This is a combination. This is also the combination of various size of panels for different purposes. The big one can function as a door. The small one just as a wall, and this is the one I mentioned. How the person controlled the panels to sort of understand the puppet. This is the section and the front elevation. Next, I will present about the cultural center. First thing about the site I look into is the tourism, as the site is already a half successful tourism center. The site is at Dokkacha, which is a botanical garden. From the site plan, you can see the purple part is the garden. The yellow strips are the walkway. There's a river on top and a canal at the side. And this pale green area is a forest where we are not supposed to touch. And then the entrance is at the bottom, going through the whole garden. And after doing some comparison at the location 1, 2, and 3, I decide that 3 is more suitable for me, as my design is about a journey. And as a tourist, I think tourists usually want their journey to be long and memorable, and so that they can enjoy more. Now, when talking about journey with the concept of resonance, it's like always talking about senses, because resonance, I want people to feel so that they can understand what I want to design. I tried to design a sensory journey where tourists will always remember about Thai and the Honlong puppetry. From the graph shown, I wanted the tourists to get a general experience at the stage 1, and then general experience of the Thai and the puppet at stage 1. And then at stage 2, the tourists will at stage 2, they will come to a point where they sense lesser stuff. It's like a empty room, dark room, where they don't really feel anything, nothing at all. It's just very less. Then at stage 3, they will reach a stage that is filled with experiential quality designs. They will feel the Thai puppet and culture and everything in to the max. And in the end, the last stage will sort of help them create memorable senses for them, like memorable activities for them. And moving on, this is the 4 stages of journey. So at the beginning, the tourists will come and maybe have Thai food or Thai food. They will be exposed to smell and taste. So I will try to bring in Thai food stall here, so they can trigger them in terms of smell and taste. And also, the place is the garden. It will be filled with smell of flowers. Then to the inciting stage, this stage will restrain you from feeling more and create a sense of mystery, so that you get more curious and want to know more. Then to the climax, which is the hierarchy of the whole journey, where you are exposed to maximum amount of experiential qualities. And lastly, this stage where you can be memorable, like taking some good pictures with good views and buy some souvenirs, make the whole journey memorable. And next, the form making. The form making is where I explored and made a few mock-ups to get a basic idea for the cultural center for later use. Right now, it's just simply it's just me trying to explore and throw in more creativity lah. And next is the bubble diagram in the site. And here's the North Pole. The river is right here. And the journey actually starts from the entrance to the site. It gets bigger and then sort of descend a bit right here. Throughout the journey, the tourists will smell and taste, and then they will come to a zone where they sort of feel nothing. Then next they get to they come to this stage where they get to touch and feel the puppetry, the culture, and in the end, they get to see and hear the performance at the stage and museum. And this red circle is the sun orientation of the site. The red area of the spaces is actually which spaces that is compulsory that to respond to natural lighting. Right now is the classes and the museum. The classes will I'll go through it next. This is the spatial diagram. This is the class. The classes the classes will have a facade for learning. The facade is the facade I designed from earlier. The one the tourists can control it and understand how the puppet works. And then the class will have a partition. The partition is important as they can practice performing the puppet, because when it's a Honlong puppet performance, they always want the focus to be the puppet instead of the puppeteer. So the partition is for blocking off the puppeteer, the performer. And then next is the performance auditorium. There's a stage at one side, and then there's going to be backstage connecting two sides of the stage so they can enter from both sides. And the seats are actually a cube that can be kept in underground and pull up when they need for seats to watch the performance, and they can be kept underground for a multifunctional open area. Then next is the garden Thai food store. This Thai food store will be at the middle of the garden, and it's a branch of the walkway. And the Thai food store will be somewhere at the entrance, or maybe just further away from the entrance. But the thing is, tourists can sort of come here and sit here and enjoy the food and then continue the journey, or they can grab a snacks and walk along. Then lastly is the floating store. Floating store is somewhere near the end of the journey. It is at the end of journey. It's at the river, located at the river. The deck will lead the tourists to the boat store to do trading. The tourists can buy spices or herbs, or they can buy souvenirs there to make the journey memorable. So far, this is the space I look into so far. I think I will develop more. I will have more of these experiential design when I develop further. That is all for my presentation. Thank you.
And now I start.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Wei Kit, is it?
Yeah, you can call me Kit.
Kit, so basically, can I recap again? Your big title is, what is it? Your concept?
I want to sort of design a experiential design that can resonates with the design will resonate with the tourists, and then the tourists will remember about the design and ultimately remember about the puppetry. because the puppetry is lost for almost like 150 years, so people will begin to appreciate it and cherish more. So
Okay.
it's precious lah.
I think first thing you probably need to find a keyword, because just now you explained quite lengthy just to get one concept. You know what I'm saying? Like you find a keyword that actually can tell this very quickly, then people can get the impact, or they can imagine what are you trying to sell here. Because right now I'm from what I'm seeing after what you have been showing, it's more like a journey that you're trying
Sensory
to
journey.
actually, yeah. I'm not very sure about the sensors, because they are very, I when you are showing me your design, I can almost imagine you don't have one block of building. Your
Block
building,
of building.
you don't have a block of building. Right now, what you're showing, just now there was a mock-up. Because you are showcasing a journey, right? You are trying to make a journey. So
yeah, so
and
I
your
make the
site
trip
is quite long. This is okay. So I'm looking at this building. Where is this building supposed to be? Can you show on the site plan? What are you thinking?
Here.
Okay.
The final big one will be here, but the journey starts here along the path.
I'm not sure whether this is relevant for you, because right now, based on what your journey is drawing, they have a Thai food stores, and then there is a craftsman stores. Are these supposed to happen in one building? Is that what you're imagining right now?
No. I sort of make them experience little by little.
Yeah.
And then finally get the maximum maximum experience at here.
Your main building is number 3, which is the mock-up that you are showing.
Yep.
So in that building, what you have there?
The classrooms, and then the main spaces will be the classroom and the auditoriums.
Okay.
Because of course there are going to be more minor things, but I didn't include in here.
Yeah. So what I was imagining your spaces is, because you have just now the site plan that you're showing 1, 2, 3, right? So your one is actually your garden Thai food store. Am I right?
Yeah. Almost. Yeah.
So I would imagine your building is not one big building at number 3.
It's like piece by piece.
Yes. So what I would say that you should do is actually integrate the whole site plan. You might not need to develop them, but their language should be the same. So number 1, you have one little small building there, and then it's connected by some kind of elevated bridge or some kind of corridor, and then it linked to number 2, and then number 2 linked to number 3, and then number 3 linked to number 4. You know, that kind of spaces, and then it's all linked by a bridges. So they are not one big building. Because if you have one big building, it's very hard for you to experience spaces, and your building is not big. If you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you present, I think when you present your final scheme, you should show the whole site plan, like what you're showing right now, but you needed to develop a bit more so that your concept is stronger. Because if you just show a number 3 building, and then people will be misconnected that because you are trying to create a journey, and the journey is very hard to create when you have such a small little tiny 2-story building, which is only auditoriums and classes. So maybe
I get that.
Maybe even your classes and your auditorium, you split it out into 2 little buildings, and it's connected by a bridge. And another thing that you might need to think of is, you keep talking about how to go in your site, and how do I exit your site?
Is the original path, I guess.
Yeah. So you lost you will lost the journey in that sense, because I'm going back to the same, I don't have the excitement to getting out anymore, because I'll go back to the same path. So if you want to make it interesting, you should make it they can only go in a loop.
All right.
So
one
they
way.
will not, yeah, they will not cross. They might be, I mean, maybe you can have some kind of path, but your main path supposed to be a loop. Then you can create an entry point and an exit point. Because right now what you are creating is number 2, number 3, number 1, number 2, number 3, done. I'm going back to number 2 and number 1. Then my journey is not complete in that sense.
Right. It's back to beginning.
Yeah, because you are creating like you know, like I'm going. It's just I'm going to another building lah. I go in, I come back out. Same entry, same exit.
Okay.
Yeah. Erna?
All right.
Yeah, you get done?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, Kiet, one of the things that your building, I think you need to know, because you're working on the space planning, try to find the elements, architectural elements that can represent your concept ideas of the journey. Let's say you are playing with a linear concept, with or maybe a serial progression, or maybe something like from the centralized pods. Is this how you try to playing around? So what I can see right now is like you are more towards like a linear
form.
or maybe
Linear hierarchy.
Yeah, linear hierarchy, or actually a serial progression where there's element of surprises where when I look at your storyline here, right? For example, like you were integrating with all the 5 senses, where the first one you're saying that you wanted to embrace the taste. Can I see your slide where you mentioned about the 5 senses throughout your journey? Yeah, this one. The exposition where you have so, and then you also talk about the screen censoring. So when you were explaining about this board, I was imagining that probably at this space, of course that this is, I don't know whether it's a one block or a several blocks, but I was imagining that when I'm entering your first stage space, it will be kitchens, there's a lot of things going on, and then when it goes to your second stage where you will create something like a very dark space, probably like a mystery, right? Something like that.
Something like a tunnel.
Like,
the first thing in my mind.
Yeah, so I think you can actually play with some levels here, like some of the things where you can actually give the guest experience of how they actually experience on ground or maybe underground, and then how they can actually go all the way up, experiencing, amphitheater, how they actually, this will actually excite people. So you can actually look into some of the psychological space impacts. So this will make your spaces interesting rather than, and then I don't know how you integrate that with your sensors, because it actually sensing movement. So that one, I think you really need to study, because you have not just one theories, you have like thousands of theories. So which movement that is your sensing will be detecting. It's like a CCTV where there's a movement at the one corner and then people just snap, that CCTV camera snap photos. So this is also implied to what you are trying to do with your facade. So back to your space planning, it's true also. You need to play your space planning onto your site, where people coming in and out is important. People don't want to go back to square one. So all this experience you need to explore, not just in terms of 5 senses. You need to know how the psychologically works in a space. So I think this is my suggestion for your project. Apart from that, yeah, I think that's all. I mean, throughout the storyline, I can get what you mean about you're trying to bring in puppetry as I think it's like a memorable journey, something like that, right? So how you can create that, it's all goes through the cognitive effects on how people will experience your building. Do you get what I mean?
Not really. Can you repeat this?
Yeah, it's all relating to the cognitive effects, more on psychological terms, where how people experience the ambience of your building, because you are playing with all these 5 senses. I think you can have a read of that. It's quite interesting on how people come into your first stage, which is the food kitchen. I mean the food stall, right? You want them to have like more called the sense of taste and stuff like that, and then the mystery, and then the intense effects, something like that. Is this what I don't know? Maybe I was wrong. Is that what you're trying to do? See, you have
Yeah.
position, inciting, climax. This is actually interrelating to psychological effects, how tourists experience. What if you see like children, how they see a red color, how they see a purple color, it's all interrelating to that. So maybe you can actually try have a look into that, because I'm not really sure how you actually integrate that with your facade design, which is the sensor, because there is still a lot of I can see that there's a lot more study on that you need to do also.
Okay.
I mean, like there's two suggestions here. It's either you developing that sensoring facade and you implementing it, while how guests can actually experiencing all these emotions while they are walking through your buildings, or it also interrelating to the psychological effects on how they actually experience it and feeling it when they are inside your building. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I just need to spend more time on the study lah. About the psychological effect of the design.
For example, just as simple as amphitheater, from one room that you are saying you're going to put like a mysterious room where people like learning where learning classes are more intimate space. So you need to figure out what kind of space that makes people intimate. Then when they go to the next, where you say that, oh, I want them to feel the climax, that's when they're approaching amphitheater. That's where you see all the staggered, stagnant seatings, or double volume space. So this is what I'm trying to imagine your building by looking at this your experience journey.
All right.
Yeah, that's all my comment. Any questions?
No, I'm just noting, writing down.
I have one suggestion, Kit.
Yeah.
Have you seen, I think you can look for Team Lab. Have you heard of it?
How to spell it?
TEAM.
Oh.
Lab, yeah. They have, yeah. So basically, what they created in terms of a very strong journey. So I went to the one that in Tokyo. It's very intriguing because different spaces have different quality. You're even walking on the water, and then suddenly you're walking in different spaces. It's very amazing. So, but the thing is, because these are very light installations kind of quality, so what you actually need to study is their plan. So if you can find their plan, they actually tells you how do you walk between spaces. So when you're in this kind of the one that you're showing right now, and then they will, after you finish these sections, you have to walk into a small tunnel, and it's dark, and then suddenly you're walking in on the water, and then all of a sudden you are walking into a cold water again. So there is a journey going on. So you probably need to look at how they plan in terms of spaces. Don't get too overwhelmed by light things. I mean, the images is very nice, but in terms of plan, you probably just look at how the floor plan is. Then you will know they actually are interconnected by some kind of almost like a bridges. So I would say that your plan should reflect that. Yep, that's all for me.
All right. Thank you.
Anything else, or else we go to the next one?
Yeah.
Any questions?
Okay. I'll stop presenting. Yingyi is next.
Okay.
Wait, Kat, you keep the timer.
Okay.
How many questions left?
100%.
Is this the last one?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Last one? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Lin Yi. My title for today's presentation is Rehabilitation Transdisciplinary Craft Center, where these three words, identity, impression, and ecosystem, will drive my design. So in previous work, we are tasked to find a new grammar of ornament. So my new grammar of ornament would be identity. I believe ornaments portray identity of one's, and it is irreplaceable. For example, apply an ancient Egypt ornament at Europe, the ornament will still remain as identity of Egypt. Identity shows distinction and uniqueness of the ornaments. So I'm looking into the impression of craft and the ecosystem of the site. So this poster is to show the identity of the site using the character built up of a shadow puppet character to create the character of Bang Kachao itself. So the intrinsic is to show the role of the shadow puppets in Bang Kachao in a busy hectic Bangkok, where the craft and nature can help in rehabilitate someone. On these practices, I'm using the distinction patterns of each puppet character to form a unique character identity into the column. So the column is no more an ordinary column but have their own identity. To my facade design purpose, if we look into the craft in terms of extrinsic and intrinsic, the extrinsic of the shadow puppet will be the moving shadow and then the white, while the intrinsic will be the interaction with the audience for entertainment purpose. So the facade I'm looking for is a facade which can create a moving shadow and have user interaction. So on this case study, I'm looking into how the facade keep changing and affect the shadow inside. So they got the thin aluminum panel which are affected by the wind. And then this case study is I'm looking into the interaction that can attract users and also become a feature to learn. So this is a facade installed at the kindergarten where it allows the children to play with it and then learn about the different colors. And then the last one is I'm looking into the construction where the bamboo is supported by the metal frame. So in the Thai shadow puppets, the puppet is made by thin translucent cowhide by man punching hole onto it to create the patterns. And then the bamboo shoot is like as the support and tied with the string together with the cowhide. So my design intention of the facade is that to make architecture itself to be an exhibit for Nang Talong by allowing the users to interact with the facade and get to know the material used in the puppet making. So the material used will be will be same as the puppet, which are the bamboo and cowhide. By this, the facade will become a part of exhibit on the material used in puppet making. The cowhide panel is rotatable, so it's to allow the user to play with it and then have fun with it to create their own light and shadow. The way you push the panel to allow a white on the facade is intimate from the way puppet master crafting the puppet by punching hole onto the cowhide. So generally, I want my facade to able to generate fun, but yet also portrays Nang Talong itself. So for my program proposal, if we look into the side issues, Back in 2018, a survey is done by the Mental Health Department of Thailand where it shows that 50% of Bangkok netizens are stressed out, and then among them, around 21% had chosen to watch movie or travel to relieve stress. So in which I see opportunities where the Nang Palong and the Tokachao can help in rehabilitate or relieve stress. In terms of concept, in terms of the identity, the intrinsic of the shadow puppet is the entertainment, while the intrinsic of the site are rehabilitation and the tourist spot. So my design intention is by using craft and nature to achieve a rehabilitation purpose, as the shadow puppet show as an entertainment connected to the people and stimulates a pleasant feeling. Same as to the nature as well, where the nature helps in rehabilitating our mood. The idea is to connect the craft center with the nature and then create a rehabilitation place for the people. So on this program, I divided into two zones, which are the passive zone and the active zone. The passive zone are more on sightseeing, where such as the garden and exhibition, while the active zone involve hands-on activities such as gardening activities and craft puppet making. So talking about my concept, the identity, intrinsic and extrinsic, where the extrinsic creates intrinsic. So if we translate it into the zoning of spaces, it will be the process and the product. So based on this, the puppet craft making created the exhibition, puppet master training area created the performance stage, and the gardening activities created the garden. So back to my facade. For my interactive facade proposed will be installed at the active zone as reflect back to the extrinsic where the appearance is used to attract people. Further on, I explore on the possible ways of zoning, and then at the end I come up with this. So because the performance stage will be at the focus point, and then the garden, which interval space allow the users to expose to the nature and then take a break when moving from one space to another space. This is the site synthesis where the main approach will be at the docks. So upon approaching will be the craft center, and then here and here is the residential, where then here is the existing forest. So this area I propose to reserve for the training area which involve music, so the vegetation can help in buffer the sound. The gardening activities will be set inward so that it directly adjacent to the existing floral garden. So combining the conceptual zoning and the site synthesis, this will be my space planning idea. So this four is the active space with which created the intrinsic where the garden and performance stage at the central. So I have an idea like to keep the space planning simplicity. So because I want to achieve a rehabilitation purpose, so I don't want to make it too complex, which may cause a distraction. So this is the 3D meshing. So this session is to show how I merge the craft and nature to create a rehabilitation place with entertainment, fun, and relaxing. So the one I highlight is where the facade proposal will be installed. So it's to allow the users to interact in. Here is other sections where you can see the column that I've done before. So this column will further enhance the essence and the richness of Nang Talong into the set. This is the front elevation, the main approach. The existing flower tower is blocked by the exhibition and puppet craft making. This stimulates the curiosity of user upon approaching to walk and explore into the craft center. Yeah, that's all for my presentation.
Can you go back to your
Um,
the passive restoration
this
maybe earlier? Yeah. Earlier slide. This one. Can you tell me more on what's the main identity that you are trying to portray? Was it the what's exactly that you're trying? Is it like a rehab? Oh, sorry. Is it
Sorry.
what is the what is the building concept? Your is it like
What's your building typology?
yeah, your building typology?
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it a spa? Is it a rehab? Is it a
It's more on a rehab.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. Okay. Rehab. Okay. Can you go back to that slides again where you stating the passive restoration? So this is rehab for whom? For those with the depressed? It's like a therapy session or just a psychiatrist?
It's more on the therapist.
Sorry, come again?
More on therapist.
Therapist.
Yeah.
Therapist as in the building itself will be like a therapeutic. I can say that it's a therapeutic building. Can I say that?
Yeah, can, because the facade also can as a fun feature.
I think you just need to highlight what is actually your main keywords for your building. Is it if you saying it's a spa? Is it a therapist? If it's a rehab, just keep it here, and then that's when you start your program. What are you planning? Okay, I quite like it because you actually integrate it with your site. You know, you put in all the site conditions all around. It's actually but can I go back to your can you scroll down back to your sketches? Okay. So are these like okay, can I see your space planning? Your bubble diagram? How many stories you are putting in?
I think just one story.
Just one story. So you make use all the whole sorry, you guys have like a limitation space for you guys to develop because
800 meters square.
100 square.
800.
800 square. So yours is one story, but it's only
Maximum 2-story high.
or 2 story. Okay. So how do you actually relate this back to your non-talong?
On this, I didn't relate back to Nang Talong, but I relate back to my conceptual zoning.
Conceptual zoning.
Yeah.
So how is there any what's the issue again? Is it like a stress problem among the who are your who do you cater to actually?
Caters to the locals. Like for a place for them, like maybe like weekend or maybe holidays, like for a place for them to come and rehabilitate.
Sorry, come again. Just a local.
Locals, yeah.
All right. So, okay, can I go back? Can you scroll back to your first? No. The last sketch. Before this, earlier slide. So your intention is just to putting up some landscape ideas in your buildings because currently, right, the Ying, I don't really get how do you come up with the the space planning actually. Do you have any site analysis on this? How do you derive the widths? How do you actually derive your
So the zoning is more on the conceptual zoning and then combining with the site synthesis. Mostly it's based on the conceptual zoning where I talk about the intrinsic and extrinsic, and then I explain on them how the zoning can be explored on.
okay. So I think there are some missing parts here where you need to let us know of course your program is there, but you need to know how do you generate those spaces, how many areas do you require, how many people will actually accommodate to your buildings, and then if you are catering for the locals, what kind of locals? Okay, it's important because your building is in such a limited space. It's important for you to have like a target group, a target user. So people will actually, because I'm kind of like a little bit lost, but I give you a credit for how you actually presenting your drawings. It's actually good. It's integrating back to the site, but I'm still lost with your front part of the storyline there. Yeah, it's all for me. Eric,
Hi. Mine. So okay, your user are local.
Yeah.
Maybe, okay, let's do it this way. You need to determine who is your user to make yourself more clearer when you come to space planning later on. If you're saying about just local, then are you actually running away from your brief? Yes, which is, I mean, this is your brief that you need to comply with. So are you going for local or are you actually going for visitors? Because if I know there's a craft center that you needed to do, so is it sustainable or not? If is your approach in local, is it correct to begin with?
Well, I mean, the locals I mean is what? Not the site locals, but I mean like citizens.
Okay. So yeah. So I think you just need to clarify that, like when you're trying to reprogram everything to put your planning again. So who are your user is I think it's very crucial so that you know what to plan. If it's only weekend, then probably some of the areas that is required or some of the areas that is not required, you know. Then after that, your building typology, as you say, is a rehab. And you were saying that your Nang Talong is not really there, but are you running away from your brief as well? That's my concern. Is Nang Talong, Hakym, is Nang Talong really required?
It's supposed to. It's supposed to be inspired by that.
So they're supposed to, okay, Nang Talong is the cause of all this this studio program, right?
Means that the craft center needs to include Nang Talong somehow, but implemented in any ways lah, in any concept.
Okay.
Because the main program is actually the craft center.
Okay.
But it's transdisciplinary craft center, so you can incorporate it with something else. But the main thing is still the craft center lah.
Okay. Okay. So I think in terms of your concept, there's this extrinsic and intrinsic. Am I pronounced it correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that it's very determined. I mean, that concept is your so-called concept on how you draw your bubble diagram, right?
Yeah.
But when I look at how the bubble diagram translate in your site, it's missing.
It's gone.
Yeah, right now it's
it's
scattered right now. It doesn't look like the bubble diagram that you draw. So maybe there's something that you want to think about it. It's either you change your concept or you change your building layout. Yeah, I think because right now you guys are still very early stage, right? So you just need to make your story a bit, make sense, because right now it doesn't look like it's, a lump of things that actually creating this intrinsic and extrinsic. It's more like they are separated based on your site plan. So you need to figure out what do you actually want, or which one is actually stronger for you to actually tackle your concept. And when you wanted to talk about rehab, then you probably need to maybe list down the activities, like in what sense that actually help to release stress in this modern society. Is gardening really enough? Only gardening or only craftsmanship is enough, or there is more others that actually will make your rehab center much stood out, because this problem is very real right now. So I think there's a lot of research out there. You probably just you don't need to give the whole long list of how to actually cure people from depression, but you just need to probably list down a little bit more detail, or actually a few more stronger activities that will make your building a little bit more different than just gardening. And then, like, what do you mean by gardening? Do you grow some chilies or what? Just to break down a little bit more on the programming. Yeah.
Just a suggestion. You don't really have to make your building looks at a rehab where there are many gardens. There's a lot of representations of rehab. You can actually make it look like a home. You can make it look like an art traditional house. But it depends all back to your concept. How do you actually find the character in it? How do you actually want to bring out the whole ideas into your building, and then also make it functional as a rehab? There's a lot of missing there. I mean, there's a lot of loose programs in it.
Yeah, I would say that you like if you are talking about rehab, the most fundamental, probably the most easiest way people are doing nowadays, like you need a meditation platform, you need a yoga room, you need maybe some fitness in there. So there are people who actually find it distressing through active program. There are people who actually find distressing by using passive programs. So you probably just break that down, then it's probably your intrinsic and extrinsics. Yeah, it's a passive and active kind of activities, but you need to manage it well that it doesn't cross the noises and whatnot. Then your program is much more clearer, I would say. Yeah.
I think the concept. I think we discussed about this as well. Go to the previous slide. This previous slide, the program messing. Yep, this one. Because when you were talking about the intrinsic and extrinsic kind of thing, where you have this process and then product. Talking about the outer layer is actually a process. Talking about people are puppet master training outside, and then inside is actually the performing area. So it's like a preparation, and also it's like the final product is inside. Gardening activity outside, and then the garden is actually inside. That concept is not translated into the actual planning that you are doing. The concept is not brought forward. That's why I think it's lost in translation in that sense lah. In which I think that I kind of love that idea when you were talking about that part, talking about building layers, talking about inside of a building that is actually open, and then in between there's a hierarchy of spaces where you from outside you come into the inside, and then you come into the more inside, more inner part is actually open to the sky, for example. So it's just experience. And then when you turn it into your plan, it becomes like, what? All the concept that you have been talking about is gone. So it's a bit, sayang lah, Okay, try to step back a bit and look back at your concept and try to bring forward the intrinsic extrinsic concept towards the whole program, because I don't think you can even describe those concepts in the plan. Right? It's a bit blur. It's a bit lost in there. Okay. I think yeah, you have time. You still have time, so don't worry about that because the concept is interesting, but it's not carried forward. That's all. That's all the problem right now. Okay, we will find a way to actually try
Like you're the
to.
first one that I see there's the drawings on the site plan. Ada apa site contact. Ada site contact. But the rest, I think you guys need to incorporate lah your building with their site contact. It's important.
Yeah, don't design in vacuum.
Any questions, Ying?
Any question for the panels?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No one else, right?
That's the last person, I guess. Yeah. So I'm not sure whether they are actually still in the room. Wait, I think they are. Okay. So I think thank you very much, Anna and Jared, for being here. Hopefully, we can actually see you again for the final. As the final one, also we will be inviting you guys lah. So you guys are the first priority that we'll be inviting.
How long will it be until the final?
I think how long you guys? I think you have like a month and a half.
1 month.
Go, right?
We have a
about
few
1 month.
presentation.
Wait, for the
Like
final?
we have a final is 19th of October, which is 2 weeks,
that's 2
more
weeks
than
from
2
now.
weeks. And then the internal review is 26th of October.
Alah, stop je. Tak soy.
Can lah, no problem.
Can lah, tak keep for 1 week. Everyone.
Right, so okay, so thank you very much, Anna and Jared. So they are meeting at the main room, main general room. So just I think they're going to wrap up, a big wrap up lah. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank
so
you, guys.
yeah, we go back to the room.
Which is the one that you sent in WhatsApp, right?
Yes, yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
go back to that.
Which one? The
one that I sent.
The earliest one.
Oh,
yeah, this one.
all right.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much,
Thank
guys.
you. Are we supposed to join back?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay.